why they say that they talk about nuclear war, it's because, or nuclear winter is another way of looking at it. It's August the 5th, 2019. I'm Dana Durnford, your host, nuclearproctologist.org. Nuclear has a proven legacy now of destruction. Of course, most people think of nuclear, they think of nuclear weapons. And so why they say that they talk about nuclear war, it's because, or nuclear winter is another way of looking at it. These are all meant to, nuclear winter, nuclear war are meant to distract you from the actual issue about nuclear. It's the fallout. The fallout, this is, if you go look up, you would see how to build fallout shelters in the 50s and 60s and 70s, all kinds of videos from government agencies in different countries. And they wanted the walls 4 feet thick because the radioactive fallout could pulse through 4 feet of walls, and they wanted you to sit in the middle of the room because the radioactivity could still pulse through the wall 4 feet thick and then pulse all the way to you in the middle of the room. So it was better to be in the middle of the room than by the wall, because this pulses every second, right? Now, the animal world don't build fallout shelters. The ocean, why it's able to stop it from pulsing, there's so much that went into the ocean that was irrelevant. In fact, the entire legacy of nuclear now is predicated upon one law to protect the next law. The next law was to protect the next law, or the last law, etc., etc., etc. So it's a very complicated subject for the uninitiated. That's where I come in. If you give me an opportunity, and if you're sincere and you're honestly trying to understand this equation, I got to do some adjusting here. My apologies. I'm kind of overwhelmed with work right now. Endpoint. So this was we'll jump into the whale, another mass die-off. Now if they didn't go down and rescue whales, it would have been 50 dead whales again, plus in Iceland. And a week ago, there was 100 tried the beach, and people in jet skis repelled them from the beaches, made them turn back to sea. And a week before that, less than a week before that, there was 53, 25 females, 25 males, and 3 baby whales, calves, were found dead in Iceland. This is not normal. You look back through history, you won't see this. And what's going on is they're starving. But first we're going to talk about the earthquake. Now, the first one I saw was a 6.2 quake hit off Fukushima. No tsunami warning issued. And they do that to distract you, to drive you away, to make you think, oh, well, no tsunami. 6.2. These are not considered, and it's off the coastline, right? Now, the reason that Japan had the massive earthquake or tsunami was because it was on a fault line, the earthquake, and it dropped the fault line, right? And that created a massive tidal wave. But just because it's not on a fault line doesn't mean it's not a devastating earthquake, and that it doesn't have the potential to take out a nuclear power plant. And the reason I've used those connotations of a nuclear power plant is if you look at a recent story about nuclear submarines in Russia, where 14 sailors died, the headlines were they stopped a planetary catastrophe, because if a nuclear submarine melted down, you could destroy the planet. And it's also true if you look back at Chernobyl, for instance, that closed 9,000 farms in UK, Ireland, and Scotland. 9,000 farms because of radioactive fallout from 3,000 miles away. these are things that should start to resonate and say, wait a second, if that could be true for 9,000 farms in the UK, it had to cross the ocean to get there. Therefore, it had to pollute the ocean, right? So these are left out of the equation. And you weren't really never told. The story was out there, but it was never brought back up again. It was never put into the equations whenever Chernobyl came up. So most people would have no concept there was 9,000 farms. Now, they closed the freshwater fishery in Switzerland also for 30 years because of Chernobyl. You wouldn't have heard that in the equation. The reindeer in Latvia are still not fit to eat because of, Chernobyl. So Chernobyl wasn't just isolated to a small patch of land that the apologists for the industry are trying and have successfully indoctrinated most of the population into accepting. I done a video last week of 700 studies on Chernobyl that nobody's ever seen publicly before. It shows definitively how it polluted the entire northern hemisphere. Now, Fukushima, a quake off Fukushima is significant because you have 4 confirmed destroyed reactors hemorrhaging into the environment, and that an earthquake will shake. Now, you're talking about 9,000 degree Fahrenheit temperature reactor cores. Anything that gets shaken down on top of that is atomized aerosol, ionized and radiated, sent up into the atmosphere and then spread across the planet as radioactive fallout. That's important because if you have Geiger counters, you have to keep an eye on the plume that's coming for North America because prevailing winds blow to North America. We're going to get into the whales. We got a bird wreck from 2014 we got to cover right away coming up. We got all kinds of other mortality events in the marine world that I'm going to draw parallels for everybody. I've been on the ocean last week, and so I didn't do any streams Thursday, Friday. And the trailer is probably beyond repair. I barely made it home. We done real damage to the operation. I might not be able to get back on the ocean this year because I just can't. I'm not independently wealthy, and I exhaust all my resources every month maintaining this and plus donations, right? Without that, I wouldn't have the capacity. M6.2, so let's go down to the earthquake first. 6.2 quake hits off Fukushima. Think about the statement there. Quake registered lower 5 on the Japanese seismic intensity scale of 7. Think about that statement if you're reading the article, because you won't usually, right? In Futaba in Fukushima. So now they're saying it's a 5, but if you look at the headline, they're calling it a 6.2. It was a 6.2 on a 7 scale in that particular headline, which is a 9.0 earthquake on the international scale. These are unbelievable numbers, by the way. So a 5 on a scale of 7 in Futaba, which is Fukushima Prefecture, is literally almost in the same place, but not on the fault line where it caused the tectonic plates to drop and cause a massive tsunami. That's used as a way of distracting everybody and downplaying it. The numbers you see there are all the prefectures, 14 prefectures, including Tokyo. Now, these are on the scales. You got each one of these numbers, you got to multiply it by 1.4 to get the USGS numbers, the international numbers on a scale of 1 to 10. You got to multiply these numbers by 1.4. So the idea of these numbers is to downplay it, and most people won't understand the significance. Lower 5 is a 7.2 in Fukushima. A 7.2 on land, and a lower 5 is, say, a 5.3 or whatever. So you can see the 5s. It wasn't just isolated to a little tiny spot. It was a couple of prefectures. Other prefectures were upper 4s. Lower 5s on the Japanese, 7.42. Fukushima Prefecture, both in Miyagi Prefecture, 7.42. Now, this story, as it developed over a few hours, I'm going to show you how they play this game to downplay it. This is a very dangerous thing to do, but they're doing this because that shows you how much control the nuclear industry actually has. 6.2 earthquake. So a 6.2 earthquake, is an 8.68 on an international scale, right? So once you analyze what's really going on, then you have to change your equation. So now we got an 8.6 earthquake off the coastline, not a 6.2, because the 6.2 is the Japanese number. An estimated 6.2 hit the northeastern prefectures. Now it's changed again. Hit the prefectures of Fukushima was a 6.2, not a 5. You get what's going on? Because a 5, where's it going? So a lower 5, which is, say, a 5.3, is a 7.42. Right? Do you see how confusing this can get? Don't let that distract you, because it's going to get much more confusing as this is just a short part. So I've seen all these major headlines all of a sudden from major institutions. There was 60, 70 headlines, which is and most of them called strong or massive earthquake. We were seeing these connotations. So you can see a 6.3 in the Weather Channel there. 6.4 with the Japanese times. So 6.4 times a 1.4. I'll just do the numbers over here right quick. Then we're going to get into the bird wreck and then whales. There's a lot going on. There's a lot for the moral. 6.4 times. Did I even plug that in? Yeah. 6.4. And I got the times up there. Times 1.4 is an 8.96. Okay, all right, you with me? Stay with me, because it gets even weirder. 6.4 shakes Fukushima Prefecture, 6.4, which is an 8.64, 8.96. That's the problem with this. Anyway, keep going. The agency first announced the magnitude was a 6.2, right? We covered that. And the depth of the epicenter was 50K, but the latter revised them to 6.4, and it was shallower, which means it was more intense. So it was a much more intensive 8.96. So to put up 8.96, that'll get your attention, right? Every blogger on the planet would come out, holy fuck, there's an 8.96. Excuse the language. But you know what I mean, right? Every blogger would be out there, right? Every blogger worldwide. The strong quake was also felt in Tokyo, about 250 kilometers away, when it shook buildings. Japan rocked by 6.2. And then they showed this map here, which is literally just not too far from the plates where the 2011 earthquake had dropped the plates, and that's why you've seen a massive tsunami, right? But just because it's on land don't mean, or it's not on the tectonic plates themselves, doesn't mean that it's not significant. But most people are not aware of it, or couldn't care less, basically, because they don't understand the significance. The earthquake occurred in the same region in Japan where a quake sparked a nuclear power plant disaster. In the same region, but not right on. It didn't drop the plates, right? But it could be one right now happening as we're talking. Because when you're getting an 8.94, you can expect incredible aftershocks, right? When you're getting these big earthquakes, you know you could get 100 aftershocks within the next 72 hours. It was a 9.0 magnitude, so now they're on the international scale, right? which is a 6.45 or something like that, which is the same earthquake they had yesterday. It was an 8.96, is the same as a 9, literally. Very close anyway. But it wasn't on the tectonic plates. Yeah? See how the game works? Because to them it's a game. To me and you, it's the future of 8 million species and humanity's fragile existence. Public broadcaster NHT, which we've caught them lying relentlessly about Fukushima for year after year after year, says utility companies are checking on the nuclear reactors in the area. Utility companies are checking. Now, that's a departure from what they normally say, where they normally say, TEPCO says there's no damage at the reactors. Now they're saying they're checking on it. This is interesting, too. Now, why would you check on the nuclear reactors? Well, Dana, because if it melts down, you can lose your country. Just go look at David Suzuki. If reactor 4 falls, and it did, it's bye-bye Japan. But it's not like everybody dies instantly. It's latency. Everybody's on a clock. We just got 4 more pieces. We'll move on. An estimate of earthquake measuring 6.3 on a Richter scale. This was Yahoo News coming out to really skew the narratives. Right, the Irians actually call it the Richter scale when everybody else has already acknowledged similarly anyway. On the country seismic intensity scale of 0 to 7, the quake registered at 5. So, do you get what's going on? They call it 6.3, but a 5 on the seismic. The 5 on the seismic is a 7 point, which is a lower 5. The 5.3 times 1.4 is a 7.42, which is a very significant earthquake. But then you'll see stuff like 6.4. And you'll actually see higher numbers than that. I didn't manage, for some reason, to screen capture at this time. But just say 6.4 is a 9.1, which is bigger than the 2011. But the 2011 threw out the tsunami, which was brutal. It took out 680 miles of the coastline, washed away the infrastructure and people and communities, and traumatized. Okay, before we get into the whales, I want to cover this story. Seabird wreck of 2014. We didn't cover this. This has to be covered because of, this was United Kingdom. The unfortunate effect of extended periods of bad weather. Now, I come from a place where there's literally nothing but bad weather all year long. Summer lasts about 2 months, where I'm to right now. Because we're here to do research, but I can't afford to do the research. We burnt out our resources. We had major breakdowns. We had incredible difficulties. And it's only a tiny, very small group of people supporting this operation. And it's I struggle every day. I have to make incredible concessions. That's okay. That's just the way the cards I'm dealt, right? Nothing I can do about it. All the lawyers got millions of dollars, and I don't need to do anything. As long as I'm doing these shows, that's good enough as far as I'm concerned. I would like to do the research, but whatever God's plan is obviously not. So it's better that I do this, I would imagine. The unfortunate effect of extended periods of bad weather in the channel resulted in 27,000. Now that's deceptive, by the way. We'll get to that. Dead seabirds around the French Channel Islands. So it's not just UK, it's also France. And the UK coastline in March 2014. And so they show some pictures when they had much better pictures. 119 birds were found up in one area from 10th to the 2nd of March, 10th of February, 2nd. Long Beach, blah, 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 blah. I'm grabbing this as I'm trying to understand the story, right? So bear with me. Exhausted and dead seabirds have washed up on the shores. Well, they're not going to be exhausted and dead from bad weather. Just birds are born into that. bad weather is not an issue for birds. They just don't. That's their environment. Like humans can't survive in a lot of these environments, but birds can. I know this because I've spent my whole life there. And I've never seen mass die-offs because of bad weather or extended periods anywhere on the planet. So to blame it on that meant that the birds had died of starvation, that there was an ecosystem effect. This was because of the Fukushima that killed off the food chain, and we've seen the death of the sardines, the anchovies, the squids, the krill, etc., 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 the feeders for the migratory birds, because of the continual stormy weather. What are you talking about? Stormy weather doesn't kill off marine life. Even though we've seen that used now as why dolphins were washing up. Oh, there was a lot of stormy weather. But that's the animal's kingdom. They play in, the more stormier it is, the more active they are, leaping out of the water and riding the surfs. I know because I spent my whole life in that environment. Europe's birds face, and I got to bring that up into the full screen because the print is a bit smaller. I didn't do my homework to make it big enough. I apologize for being slack in that moment. Europe's seabirds face a losing battle this winter after back-to-back storms hit overwintering birds off the coast. The resultant massive loss of life is described as a seabird wreck. Now, birds don't die from bad weather. It just doesn't work that way. You'll find no studies throughout history. There's 4.5 million studies a year. You'll find no studies that can assert that as a fact. None. Zero. Zilch. Nada. Nothing. The current seabird death tolls for the 2014 wreck was 46,000. Not 27. And it wasn't just guillemots and razorbills, over 20 species. So all of a sudden, not a single species could survive bad weather. And it's like what it does demonstrate is that your media doesn't exist, and that they have nothing but contempt for everybody and everything, because they make a living by perpetrating these bizarre. This is 100% propaganda, right? That weather was going to kill 20 species. The scale of the bird wreck from the Channel Islands and the British breeding population will be affected by this disaster. As if they never had bad weather before. Either killed directly or so malnourished. So how do you become malnourished from bad weather? Like, these are questions that these people should be put on trial and asked those types of questions, right? And just give me a minute. I forgot to turn on some lights. Can't do everything. Give me a second. There we go. That's better. That's better. Is it? We'll find out now. Yeah, that's better. I usually try to key it out, right? But it's actually what happens is it's lights. You know, we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 lights. Never mind. Malnourished. This is something we've been malnourished. This is something we've been covering. Now let's get to the whales, which of course are beaching because they're, malnourished. Oh, Dana, they're beaching because it's bad weather, Dana. But the AWT is urging islanders to recognize that this disaster will not be over when the bodies stop washing up on the beach. This is the third major wreck to have occurred, which has impacted seabird in the past 12 months. So from 2013, 2014, there was 3 of them. So it's not just 40-odd thousand. I can't remember the exact number. It's important, but I'm not going to slip back through looking for it. Whales die in new mysterious Iceland stranding. This is brutal story, brutal pictures coming up. What I do is such a brutal job. I agonize all day, all night, and then I sit here for 1 hour or so and I tell you the story, but you don't see the trauma I go through in all these stories as I'm analyzing these and I'm diving into all of this. The untold story is really something too. New mysterious. Some 20 pilot whales, this 3rd of August. 20 pilot whales died stranded in mysterious circumstances on the southwest coast of Iceland, emergency services said Saturday. There was 50 plus there. They managed to and I'm going to show you a couple of hundred pictures. They managed to save 30-something of the whales. 20 died. The rest of them a lot of them were really busted up, thrashing around on the sharp rocks. 2 weeks after similar unexplained mass stranding has already killed dozens. It was 53, 25 males, 25 females, and 3 calves that showed up in Iceland and not too far away. And then a week after that, this is on the last couple of weeks, was 100 pilot whales were driven off the beach. But there was other die-offs there this year. I'll cover them coming up later. The dead whales, part of a group of 50 stranded whales, discovered late Friday, 50 miles from the capital of Iceland. According to the media, locals began rescue efforts to save the whales even before emergency teams arrived. And so they're trying to tell everybody, no, if a whale's stranded, we don't want you going near it. You can only call us. Only us can do that. We are the government. You are just scum. Might get a bit of slurping because they're not doing good the last couple of days. I'm struggling. Starting to come around a bit, but I busted up. Just my trailer is just wrecked. It's just heartbreaking. That's caused me so much grief every year. It's just because I lug the boat all over the place on the trailer. The trailer gets pounded and bashed up, and there's nothing I can do about it. It's wrecked, and I got no way to replace it. I need a real trailer. A real trailer is close to $10,000. I can get a reasonable one for about $5,000. I can get myself killed for a couple of thousand. And I can wreck the whole operation, maybe kill somebody else on the highway with the shitty operation. I just can't take it out because I could wreck on the highway, see? And I'm so desperate to get out and do the research. I was in research on Thursday and Friday doing a bird count. And the cliffs where you get all the puffins, all the other birds, all the seagulls too, of course, and everything else. There was no excrement from millions of years of birds excreting on a cliff. You can spot it from miles away, right? In a highly populated area. But it was pretty rough out there, and there was, I counted 20 birds total. And I know I was talking to one fisherman, they're saying, oh, well, the capelin moved on. But, birds are not dependent upon capelin. Capelin are not the only species. They eat squid and anchovies and sardines and krill and you name it. Around 90 volunteers, 90, they should have sent in 1,000 because these people were ragged. And they done a wonderful job, by the way. Worked all night to keep the animals wet. Right, instead of sending the military-industrial complex down to kill millions of victims to get 10,000 Taliban, for instance, Millions dead, millions missing, millions in refugee camps, millions unaccounted for. He destroyed the pensions and the patents of the country. There's millions of orphans. He fired 5.5 million rounds a month. All of that to get 10,000 Taliban. There's 29,000 rapes a year in the military to get 10,000 Taliban year after year. And then he went to Libya, then he went to Syria, then he went to Boko Haram. And it's just 1,000 Boko Haram, 10,000 ISIL, 10,000 Taliban, 10,000 Mujahideen, 10,000 Hamas, 10,000 ISIL. And you wreck all these countries. Evil, just evil. Send them down there to help with. You got all that equipment, all that enthusiasm, all these young, jacked up, steroid, vaccine soldiers. Send them in there to help. Too busy trying to create 10,000 boogeymen so you can destroy everybody's future. And the media is happy to perpetrate it. The last of the surviving whales were back in deep water. We're going to do the pictures coming up shortly. Last month, 52 dead stranded whales were spotted on a remote beach. So, we only see what we find is only 10%. So, 187 gray whales on North America coastline from Mexico to Alaska, for instance. That's only 10% minimum of or maximum of what has probably died out there. So it's estimated. They say 1,000 gray whales have died so far this year. It's normally one. You'll find one every several years, 3 or 4 or 5 years. Now you got 187. We're only halfway through the year, which means there's 1,800 at least, up to 2,000. And these were all emaciated. All the humpback whales that I've covered over the last several years, all of them were emaciated. All the other whales, all of them have been emaciated. The dolphins, the seals, the sea lions, the birds, 500,000 Cassini auculates, 500,000 common murres. They were all emaciated. And this is symmetrical. We're seeing this symmetrical in many countries. The same thing with New Zealand, Australia, mass beachings and strandings, aka die-offs. Don't call it die-offs, call it beachings and strandings so the average person doesn't ask no questions or look twice. Last month, 52 dead stranded whales spotted on a remote beach in the North Atlantic island nation, Iceland. Feed primarily on squid. In other words, they're starving to death. Scientists are mystified as to why such large numbers should get stranded at the same time. Think about that statement. You get these little tidbits, right? Others say that a pilot whales will always follow a leader. Well, if that was true, then we would see these mass strandings world everywhere. Whenever there was a sick whale, all the whales would die, and that would be just, that's okay, they had a sick whale, they all committed suicide, kamikazes. Don't lay your tea on, I'll get into the picture. Mass whale rescue just outside the capital of mass whale rescue. So this was a video that came out. You'll find a link below. We're just going to flash through this for a few minutes. So everybody now there's a lot of brutal pictures coming up. You're going to see 90 volunteers, and what they're doing is they're throwing blankets and kelp, thank goodness, kelp on the animals. 1:30 a.m. low tide. Somebody finds the whales and reports it. Locals show up, and then the government shows up and corners off the area and won't let anybody down. They're only government employees. You can see the whale breathing in these pictures too, by the way. And so kelp is your most important asset right away. Put kelp on the animal. That'll hold the moisture for days and then pour the water over. And so they got some damage from bashing the rocks. You're going to see some pretty harsh pictures coming up. Once again, I thank the rescuers for doing what they're doing. But there was a lot of volunteers could have helped, but they weren't allowed to go out there after the idiotic, moronic godlike government employees cornered off the area. Government is better than everybody. If you work for the government, you're automatically better than everybody else in the past, present, and future. So they got fire hoses, spray the animals down. This is all the military should be doing, is rescuing whales, not wrecking the planet. Some harsh pictures, like I say. I'll try not to stop on those particular pictures too often. So this is a good start. It's a daunting task. High tide. They got a drone. And you can see the whales start as the drone zooms in or lowers down. So there's lots of kelp there to cover the whales with. You don't have blankets or anything else, you can always use kelp if you can find it. You won't find much of it on the west coast of North America because most of it's gone. Of the 700 species are now gone because of Fukushima's nuclear meltdown. And so the shallow water, they can't go out and help the whales because the whales are struggling. They can break your leg and they can kill you, literally kill you with one stroke of their tails. And so they have to suffer it out on their own. It's very dangerous to stand there. It's very slippery anyway, and it's probably a little bit too deep for the humans. But they saved 30. Now, we don't know if they'll all survive, but they saved 30. The second mass whale stranding in 3 weeks. Well, there's actually 3. The second one was repelled. This is the third one. So there was 50 to 70 were spotted close to shore at high tide. About 50 of them came ashore. As soon as the high tide hit, the very high tide itself, they just sailed right onto the shore. See, this was premeditated. They wanted to get up high and take a break. They were desperate. This is like, a whale is not a stupid animal at all. It's the furthest thing from a stupid animal. There's so much evidence to support it. They don't want you to think that way about the animal kingdom, to have empathy. They want you to have apathy, right? There was a cure for apathy, but nobody gave a shit. Whale rescue was ongoing throughout the night, with 30 whales successfully rescued, returned to the sea, high tide that morning. Many whales sustained injuries when they scraped across the rocky shores. We showed you some of those pictures. Whales were damp blankets and seaweed. Now, I was saying they should be using seaweed before I got to that stage and read it originally, right? Each rescue worker had 1 to 3 whales in their care. Each worker, 1 to 3 whales. And so why not just get all the military to run in there and do the job? You can, like, if Al-Qaeda showed up, you can find every military on the planet would be happy to go down there and drop bombs, shoot 5.5 million rounds a month, rape each other at 29,000 rapes a year, then rape everybody in the country. Like, when you're raping 29,000 of your own each year in the military, that's the numbers. How many are you raping in the countries you're occupying? So if there's a bunch of soldiers coming to your country and starts raping your daughters and your wives and your mothers and everybody else, are you going to pick up rocks? Are you going to, and go after these people? Well, then you're called terrorists. That's how it works, eh? It's encouraged, believe it or not. How many suicide bombers does it take to equal an Abrams tank? How many suicide bombers does it take to equal a jet fighter or a bomber? How many suicide bombers does it take to equal aircraft carrier? How many suicide bombers does it take to equal 5 million rounds a month fired into your communities? So if you fired 5.5 million rounds a month every month in New York City, nobody would go out the door, would they? If you fired 5.5 million rounds a month in Toronto, nobody would go out the door, would they? And then if you raped everybody there, you just say Al-Qaeda had done it, we had to do it, Dana. Each rescue worker had 1 to 3 whales in their cure. Either spraying them with ocean water pumped through a hose. Wow. Through a hose. That's like crazy technology, Dana. Or carrying buckets of water from nearby tidal pools. Rescue team members were required to wear, you get a load of this coming up, by the way, to wear full protective suits with breathing masks and eyewear. Wait till you get a load of what I'm going to show you here. Their precautions were taken due to an unconfirmed eyewitness account that a visiting scientist identified some of the whales with carrying an infectious disease of the lungs and eyes, which can be transmitted to humans in close proximity. In order to keep everybody away, so what did that now? So now the police threw up tape so public couldn't get there and take pictures. Right? So the scientists, no doubt, was part of the nuclear industry, friends of the nuclear industry. And so he spread a rumor. Therefore, now the police had to throw up the yellow tape to keep everybody away, because there's a disease that could be transmitted to humans in close proximity. There's no confirmed cases of this ever happening. There's no story of that even postulating it. Unconfirmed eyewitness account that a visiting scientist. And my research shows unequivocally scientists are way worse than Ted Bundy's and John Wayne Gacy's, and these are revolting parasites is what a scientist has turned out to be. Authorities report that the remaining stranded whales will likely die. Pilot whales occurrence has increased in the shallow coastal waters off Iceland over the last 4 years. Has increased. There was no mass die-offs pre-Fukushima. Unless it had something to do with nuclear. Nuclear's been around for 75 years. They dump a lot of nuclear waste in the ocean. Pilot whale occurrence has increased in shallow coastal waters. Think about that statement, though, the way they frame the conversation. If the lead whale navigates to shallow water hunting prey or due to illness, the herd will follow and commit suicide. No, it doesn't work that way. It just doesn't work that way. But now all the media is now claiming that that's the way it works. All of them. Literally word for word on top of that. Did you know that they picked up 30 million one-ton bags every time it rains? That whole country's washing radiation into the ocean. Every spring, there's nothing but radioactive pollen throughout that entire country. Like in Japan, there's 14,200 surgeries for neonates for infants, heart surgeries per 100,000. This is catastrophic numbers because of Fukushima. That's going to be true also, whenever you see these numbers, that's true also in the animal kingdom. Whales are not going to get open heart surgery, you know what I mean, right? And birds and everything else. Plastic pollution is making seabirds smaller and sicker. This story was July the 30th, a few days ago. Seabirds are becoming smaller, lighter, and suffering from a litany of health problems after ingesting the plastic that litters the world's ocean, the study has found. It's true, data, it's the plastic. Did you know radiation will do all of this? Plastic doesn't. Radiation pulses every second, see? The body fills up with white blood cells. That displaces the red blood cells carrying nutrients, whatever you want to call it, throughout the body and oxygen. Now the body's more susceptible to pathogens and viruses and illnesses and diseases that would normally be innocuous and benign and harmless, right? Birds were physically smaller as a result of ingestion, said the monsters. I can show you study after study that are unequivocal liars. I can show you headlines of fake studies, how they're destroying the academic community. Public relations have taken over the journals. Well, the journals, think about how the studies work. They got to get into a journal. Think about who owns the journals. Well, the three biggest ones are Elsevier, Springer, and Wiley. And they have 20,000 journals between the three of them. So a university, the community, the country pays for these expensive studies. Then another university, paid for by the taxpayer, will peer review the study to make sure it's authentic. Then the journal, which is a nobody, a private corporation, takes that study, puts it behind a paywall, and even the appearance of it that paid for them to go to university to help do the study can't read the study because they're not a academic and they can't pay to peruse those journals. So when you got 20,000 journals, a typical university, they rent the studies from these journals. See how it works? They rent it. They don't own it. They can't buy it. Even though they produced it, they can't use it to give it away to Elsevier, Springer, and Wiley, and a few more of them, right? So it's 4.5 million studies a year. 4.5 million are stolen and then hid away behind paywalls that we paid for. That's just North America. Plastic also worsens their kidney function, which, of course, radiation, like, how would I explain this? All these attributes are radiation, not plastic. Plastic doesn't work that way. They're desperate to blame everything on plastic. Now we see this. I cover this constantly. Seabirds, due to consuming, are becoming stuck in plastic. So as if millions of birds are stuck in plastic. Now these are very unusual events, but they do happen, but they're unusual events. All the species on the planet are not dying because they're getting their heads stuck in plastic. But the vulnerable people that are just casual readers will read this and now get out there and regurgitate that. And if you try to talk to them, that's what they'll recite, is this narrative. No substance to it. Your media is humanity and 8 million species, and academics, worse, are our actual enemies. The researchers, and you'll learn that in the hard way if you don't get your shit together. The researchers found that instead of the usual diet of fish, adult birds have been feeding their chicks small pieces of plastic. Oh, now we're getting it. Now we're getting somewhere. Well, what? Do you think the birds are grabbing plastic because there's too much fish and birds are so fucking stupid they don't know the difference between a piece of plastic and a fish? Journalists here should be sent to China and put in a Chinese jail. These are very harsh. The researchers found that instead of the usual diet of fish, because there's no fish, the birds are desperate and they're feeding their chicks whatever they could find. Yeah? Because that's the drive, see? Do you get it? If you don't, well, don't worry. It'll get you at some point. And they believe that the plastic ingestion is a factor in the decline. So all the birds are out there now grabbing plastic. Well, like the fish are hard to catch, then our plastic's easy to get. It's floating around. Flesh-footed shearwaters, which are classed as near threatened, believed is a factor. No, there's no food. They're emaciated. All the species we find are emaciated. And then the only one that's really flushing this out, unfortunately, is me. It's trying to educate the population. And then I'm frustrated because I'm not in a position to push back properly, right? I need enormous amount of money to fund a highball operation, to go after these people, to litigate them, to have a real studio, to have real presenters, real impact. Greenpeace, the controlled opposition, has sucked up all the resources and all the willing donors, see? And organizations similar. These are controlled opposition is what they are. They've never, ever, 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 ever been anything but. Nearly every seabird on Earth is eating plastic, picking it up and feeding it to their chicks. Dana, I'm going to scream if I don't move on. Video shows killer whales frantically, think of that statement, frantically hunting for dolphins. Frantically hunting for dolphins. Frantically. Just a few days ago. And rare orca sighting, well, it's the first time they've ever, I think, I've seen it there. Oh, it was the first orca, this is another story coming up after. The first orca sighting off local waters this year, which were chasing and hunting dolphins. Well, that's what they're going to do when they got nothing else to eat. They'll hunt dolphins, they'll hunt you. A pod of orcas thought to be eastern tropical Pacific killer whales, only seen along the southern coast a few times, made a surprise appearance. It was a thrill for the idiots that rushed to get an up-close look at the massive animals. They usually live off Mexico and Costa Rica. Look at the massive mammals. They usually live. Passengers got to witness raw National Geographic's is Rupert Murdoch, the very epitome of propaganda, style hunting as the orcas chased dolphins across the sea. This is meant to, right, just to cover the story, but it's meant to distract people, give them a narrative that is pointless. And so when they come across someone like me, they're not able to digest the real narrative readily, or not willing to, or incapable, or don't have the patience or the ability or the forethought or the fortitude to even try. Initially, 2 orcas were spotted by oceanside whale watching midday. It wasn't long before the orcas started their hunt. It was surprising to me, said Peanut Head, with what persistence they chased this dolphin pod. They chased it for 2 miles at a constant pace, like wolves down their prey, trying to tire their prey. All of a sudden, several more orcas spotted in the distance. They all joined up 10 orcas. The orcas that are usually seen in local waters are known as transients. Now, they started using this word transients to help Ken Balcom down in Washington State, who's claiming that the orcas down there are emaciated because they're on a hunger strike because they can't get their Chinook salmon and they won't eat anything else. And that's why they're all emaciated, because there's no Chinook salmon. But those orcas down there will chase the dolphins. So what they claim is that only the transient orcas will do stuff like this, not what they call residential orcas. Residential, like if a fish is hungry, like an orca, do you think it's not going to eat halibut and octopus and seals and sea lions and birds, which is what they eat, by the way, everywhere else? But Ken Balcom wants you to think that because it's a very populated area of population, and they're constantly coming out with this narrative that they only eat Chinook salmon. Is absurd and ludicrous and outright criminal to be doing what the media is doing to perpetrate that deception. The founder of the California Killer, every time I see these words, co-founders of the California Killer Whale Project, like if the media is putting them on a pedestal, they're a controlled opposition. Simple as pie. I didn't see any media cover my expeditions. Called it a fantastic encounter with a very rarely seen whales. Even more rare, they are here during summer rather than winter. They're normally only there in winter. No, they're there because they're starving to death like all the other whales we cover all the time. It's an unusual time to see them, said Monsters. The water is warmer. They're tropical whales. They like the warmer waters. Well, we see them here on the east coast of Canada in wintertime, sure. Adverse conditions and storms. We'll be analyzing photos to try to identify the pod based on their distinctive marking. All of these people are just unbelievable scumbags, by the way. got to witness something he said he'll never forget from the insanely smart creatures. Oh, now whales are smart. Wow. But the birds are not. The birds... The whole thing is so corrupt, eh? Lawler said he observed something he never noticed in previous hunts. A mother dolphin trying to save its calf, born both times orcas went after babies. Something never observed before. Dead whale. This is a 2000, July the 30th, isn't it? Yeah. In Iceland was another whale, this dead whale, over there, decomposed. Crane will be used to remove what is believed to be the first beached whale discovered in the national park. The very first beach whale in Iceland's national park. The crane will be used. The pilot whale, so they identified it. That was July the 3rd. That's what I mean by you only find 10% of the dead whales. When you find dead whales, as particularly now, right, because they're all emaciated. There's another story from 2019, May the 29th, just a couple of months ago. 2 whale carcasses wash ashore. This is suggesting they died at sea. Body of a minke whale, just 2 months ago. Oh, and an orca washed ashore in Iceland. Was a male orca photographed in very poor health in early 2016. In other words, it was emaciated, with the peanut head. I'd like to see all journalists starve to death. Put them in jail, let them starve to death. Same thing with scientists. Put them in jail, let them starve to death. Don't feed them. Great white sharks attacking sea lions. Well, like I can quantify that because I've done so much research over many years now that I can't find a single academic or journalist out there worth saving. In fact, if I ever caught any of them on life support, there's a good chance they're going to have a power outage. Great white sharks attacking sea lions at increased rates off Southern California coast. So there's an increase of great white shark attacks on sea lions. These observations that we're talking about, I apologize for hating people for destroying our planet, by the way. I know it's wrong to hate them. It's okay to hate me, but it's wrong to hate me for doing the moral and ethical things. It's not okay to hate them for constantly lying to everybody. So, like, if you constantly lie to the population, then we have no way of dealing with an issue and then it becomes untenable. I'm not really sure if it means there's more sharks around or weaker seals or weak seals. Weak seals. Think about that statement. Or why would they invoke weak seals? Because all the seals and sea lions are emaciated down there for the last several years. Boy. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Bikini Atoll has 1,000 times radiation at Chernobyl decades after nuclear testing. Study. One particularly disturbing find was the presence of plutonium. These are little islands, so it means the ocean got contaminated. An island some 100 miles away from the test site had 238, which they claim is not manufactured during detonations, but from nuclear waste itself. But I can show you studies of 238 followed, by the way. The isotope, which is from nuclear fission, right? So there's lots of shitty stuff going on with the industry. It's unbelievable, revolting. The journalists and academics are just unbelievable. It's unbelievable, revolting people. Well, they're not people. They're another subhuman species that hates 8 million species with a passion. That isotope is not a product of fallout, but it's generally associated with nuclear waste, raising the possibility that Iceland was used as a dumping ground. And so they're trying to downplay something there. Another study also tested fruit from several of the islands and found that contamination levels were above safety levels established in countries affected by nuclear fallout. So countries with nuclear fallout established now what they call safety limits. Otherwise, they got to abandon their country. See? There is no safety limit, but they do that so they don't have to abandon their country. They can justify staying in the country and not trying to clean it up, including Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, and Japan. Japan is probably the worst scum ever in history right now. Bikini Atoll's inhabitants were cleared from the islands to make way for tests that they already knew what the tests were going to do. They already knew what the outcome would be in 2019. They knew that back then. They continue to do it. They're completely out of control. The whole industry is completely out of control. They're not going to go peacefully. We have to roust them out. We have to hold them accountable. We have to rally, and we won't. Therefore, we're going to lose all the species in the next few years. Even getting rid of them is not going to change that equation, but it's start in a direction of reparation, start in a direction of finding a way forward, to start in a direction of admitting that we got a problem. Think of the nuclear industry as drug addicts won't admit that they're drug addicts. Then you kind of got an idea what I'm talking about. They're anti-human, anti-life addicts, and they won't admit it. Struggling to survive, the Bikinians have tried, which they gave them that name, by the way, during the nuclear testing to try to make it cool. The U.S. government has promised them that they would be able to return to the Bikini. It was never the Bikini. That was a fictional name assigned to them. Once it was safe to do so, it was never going to be safe. That they knew that. See what I mean? Governments and scientists and academics and journalists, humanity's enemies forever. These are humanity. Every journalist should be dug up and prosecuted. In 1968, U.S. President digging up journalists and prosecuted. What? You think that if I didn't have the ability, if I had the ability, I wouldn't try to do that? You are fucking wrong. I would dig up their research, I would show you how they lied, and then we would posthumously convict them. Take the assets from their families that they left behind. Fuck them. In 1968, U.S. dipstick Lyndon Johnson allowed several hundred to return. Soon afterward, idiots, aka researchers, found that the nuclear contamination had entered the food chain, and Bikini was abandoned. Now, the only reason they abandoned it because that would have gave nuclear black eyes, see? Speaking of black eyes, Halifax surfers' claim of shark encounter sparked climate change conversation. So somebody on a surfboard sees a shark, and the climatologist, whose solution to climate change is nuclear, by the way, 6 times more breast cancer within 15 miles of a nuclear power plant. Like, first off, I gave up trying to talk to people in my community. You can't talk to somebody who's they need to have an interest in the subject. They need to find my material and get up to speed and get some anger going before you can have a conversation with them. Halifax surfers claim a shark encounter. Like, stupid is as stupid does. Bedford Institution of Oceanography. Halifax surfers and climate change. See how this is a manufactured concept you're looking at. Then they showed a local idiot at a surf shop and they give him little sound bites. Fourth wave of dead fish raises residents' concern. This is in Canada. The fourth waves of death since early July. 2,000 dead fish found in an area by Ottawa. Teams from the ministry, government idiot machines, were on hand Wednesday night investigating the third wave of deaths that killed about 1,000 fish earlier this week when they discovered the latest batch of dead fish. We need answers and quick, said weirdo freaks bird brains. Collected about 150 dead fish, including a dozen different species. A dozen different species. This was just about a ferry terminal. Residents who find dead fish are asked to pick them up using disposable gloves and put them in a plastic bag and then throw them away. The landslide blocked their way so the other people wouldn't get upset when they found it or ask questions. The landslide blocked their ways, so Canadian officials are airlifting thousands of salmon. This is unprecedented, by the way. So what they're helicopters, $5,000 an hour helicopter. If I had like 8 hours of that money, can you imagine the damage I could do to the nuclear industry? To these pinheads? And so the salmon now are emaciated up in the Yukon, right? When you get these salmon, check their belly flaps for fat content, and check their stomach for food. What you're going to find out is that you got no belly fat, so they're emaciated. They're not, and this is another story which I covered. That other story in my last video about marine life, wildlife. Canadian officials airlifting thousands of salmon. But anyway, let me go back there for 1 second. That's the Fraser River. I went up that coastline many times and done research expeditions, species counts and observations, boots on the ground, up to 5 months at a time, isolated. And I'm grateful that I had that opportunity and that we recorded and documented what we did. Thank goodness, right? But I mean, you can't expect miracles when you're on budgets like me, right? It's so complicated to do the things I do. It's unbelievably complicated just to produce these presentations. So when you look at that little sea lion there, that's a seal, that's completely emaciated, 100% emaciated. So they got people that are trying to do the moral and ethical thing, but they don't understand the big picture like you do up to this stage. And you can look up that video and go watch it. Manatee spotted in Little Neck Creek in Virginia. Drinking fresh water from a boat. How bizarre is that, eh? Not a very healthy manatee, by the way. Whale watchers team up to help whale stranded on Iceland beach. Rescuers in Iceland worked frantically to save 2 beach bottlenose whales. They sprayed water on the animals. This is August 17th, 2018, by the way, an Inside Edition. And at the same time, they showed you a picture of a whale wrapped up in fisherman rope or a net. Whale watchers team up to help whales stranded on the beach. Awesome. At least you try, right? Thank goodness. They got to do that now because we're going to lose them all. This is desperation. Look, even though the water's plenty deep, they're still there trying to hold the whale up. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable stuff we're talking about. Unimaginable. Single Tokyo school ward. 13 schools where the radiation levels are above standards that were raised many times. There is no standard, see? Even the IAEA admit that. Seagull killed a dog, didn't return to attack the toddler from that house 2 weeks later. Seagulls killed a dog. Well, it didn't kill the dog. It damaged the dog. They had to put the dog down. And it was because of nest there. And so then the question is, why did they come back 2 weeks later? A mom had revealed how a vicious flock of seagulls, so media is just disgusting the way they frame the conversation, attacked her 2-year-old daughter less than 2 weeks after they killed her dog. The pet suffered a head wound and brain damage from the attack, believed to be have triggered by birds protecting a nest. Like if a seagull is nesting in your garden, it is not believed to have been. You will know. There'll be shit everywhere. You can't miss it. Airhead 40 says she was speaking out about her ordeal at a support for the family of Gizmo, the Chihuahua, believed to have been kidnapped and killed by a gull. Herring gulls, the most common type of seagulls in the UK, are endangered. The seagull population is decreasing because they're starving to death too, right? They are scavengers and make mess and cause harms and stress. They are a menace. So this was 2017 I wanted to touch upon. Authorities in New Zealand planning to cut holes in 300 whale carcasses after more than 600 whales became stranded. Hundreds of rescuers managed to save around 400. They beached again, right? Unfortunately. New Zealand beachgoing. So then they show you this picture of a girl stood up there with her hands in her pocket. And they're trying to blame it on your tin cans, pop bottles, and cardboard, of course. These are extraordinary events, by the way. And they had starved to death. This is what happened to them. But what they done was, they talked about cutting holes in the whales, right? Cut holes in the whales rather than talking about why the whales are there in the first place. They never ever mention it. See? Workers in protective clothing, which is paper suits, will spend a day cutting holes in the whales' carcasses like popping balloons, right? In order to desensitize you. There's no mention at all about the health of the whales, why they might have ended up there, nothing. It was all about cutting holes in whales, meant to, right? And then they would put up connotations like this. 400 whales became stranded, with a second pot of more than 200 whales stranded on Saturday. Because the reason all these whales had stranded, this is unique, was events, was because they had starved to death. Right, they were at the end of their migratory. They had starved to death. Not the end of their migratory, but as far as they can get on their migratory route, didn't find food, and so now they have no choice but the beach. They all are. We see that show up in all kinds of other species too, since Fukushima. Locals discover whale washed up in Wilmington area. The animal measured about 27 feet long. The Irish Whale and Dolphin Group, Irish Whale and Dolphin Group, who are these people? These are what you call the control opposition. They're given a bunch of money and given some authority, and then the media will now use them over and over and over to employ that as plastic or tin cans or something. The Irish Whale and Dolphin Group to be notified of the beaching, and investigation is expected. So now they're the investigators, this private organization, which is always to control opposition. And you'll never hear the results, you'll just hear those connotations. Mystery death of dolphins and whales off Italy. 32 dolphins, 2 whales found dead off the Italy coast since the beginning of the year. The Italian region's Environmental Protection Agency. Environmental Protection Agency. What a stupid name to call these organizations. Should be the bootlickers for the corporate personhood. Autopsies showed many had stopped feeding. I'm just going to have a little drink of my tea while you think about that statement. Stop feeding. I'm not going to eat anymore. I'm protesting, going on a hunger strike. You got to get more Chinook salmon for the killer whales. They're starving. I gotta go and buy a set of dishes so I can break some, I suppose. Autopsy showed many had stopped feeding. AKA, no, that's not the best part. The best part is suggesting they've been hit by a virus, possibly measles. I just want to break something here today. I apologize for emotions. I'll switch it off like they do. Suggesting they have been hit by a virus. Autopsy shows. So the reason they didn't eat is because they got the measles, folks, not because they're emaciated and they can't find any food. They're emaciated because they got the measles. Like, have you ever seen anybody with the measles end up emaciated? Measles. Have you ever seen an animal with the measles? Do you even know what the measles is? Oh my God. Over just 4 days, the end of July, the bodies of 6 dolphins. So this is like Italy, obviously, is a lot of stupid shit goes on there. They analyzed the stomachs of 8 specimens and found they were half empty. Or half full, depending on who you're talking to, Dana. Half empty. As if the animals had not eaten for 2 or 3 days. As if animals go around with a full stomach all the time. Therefore, that's what. So they had the measles for 2 or 3 days and then they died. Jesus. Don't break anything, Dana. I'm trying. I'll go out in the shed and start yelling after the show is supposed. Bottlenose and Stelnila dolphins and a sperm whale caused hundreds of dolphin deaths throughout Italy in 2013. Measles, Dana. They're nuts, boy. The researcher at the Institute of Biological Resources, chemical weapons manufacturers, studied a similar phenomenon in June, with 14 dolphins dying in Adriatic over 3 weeks. Said the cause was unlikely to be plastic or pollution. Was unlikely. Why was that put into the equation? Well, they didn't bother, because that's the question they asked them, right? Do you think it was plastic or pollution? They got a reply back, no. Oh, okay, so then they put in and said the cause was unlikely to be plastic or pollution. Oh, geez, Dana, it must be measles. Dana? I'm going to fucking gouge my eyes out here this morning. It could be that high temperatures or heavy rain, Dana, that lowered the salinity of the sea, Dana. No, that only happens at the surface of the ocean. By the time it gets down 2 feet, then the ocean's like, heavy rains don't dilute the ocean. Have sparked an epidemic from heavy rains and high temperatures and the salinity. It said, whatever, like, they're not humans if they work for these organizations, what I'm discovering. This is August the 3rd, 2 days ago. Bear begins to chase tourists while she takes a selfie in British Columbia. She got it on video anyway. And the bear finally gave it up, but scared the shit out of her. Enough that the media threw it out there, right? The lovable lethal sea lion. And so this is a children on TED Talks, right? Another substitute of TED Talks, I think it is. And they put out the connotations, lethal sea lions. And as you go through the whole thing, they talk about domoic acid. They show headstones why the sea lions and seals are dying to educate the children, because that's who's looking at this, right? It shows a mourning sea lion with a veil and sniffles. And then the ocean coastline full of sea lion graves. And what they blame it on is domoic acid, folks. Lessons by Claire Simone, directed by useless monsters. Harbor seal bumps a kayak, sends man in the water. It's another BC story. And that got a peanut head. It's like, first off, a seal never, ever, you can never get pre-Fukushima ever get anywhere close to a seal. It just can't be done. And a seal doesn't just approach you. That we've seen the sea lions grab people a couple of times in the last year. We've never seen that in our history. The kayaker got a little wetter than expected on a recent trip when a playful harbor seal bumped the boat and sent it tipping into the water. Bumping the boat don't send it tipping. It was trying to get in there. It was looking at him as a source. The man was kayaking at Rocky Point when two seals popped up to say hello. And he managed to capture the moment on video. Not like one of them came right in there after him. They're starving to death. And then the media came out because they implied it was a sea lion. And the media was like, no, we can't have a pattern of sea lions doing it because that's what's been happening. But he said, look, from my perspective, if I had been on that kayak, I would have moved away. Listen, I spent my whole life on it. You never, ever, ever have that happen anywhere. Each of these are significant events. These are harbingers of the emaciated animal. Their kayak presence was obviously close enough the animal knew they were there and came to investigate. Like a seal will see you from a quarter mile away and jump, and when you're coming in towards the beach, it'll jump in the water and go away. You'll never see it again. Johnston also wanted to make it clear that people should always call the rescue center first if they saw an animal they believed would be in harm or distress. Call the rescue center, which is controlled opposition. Newport Beach, California. Look at the killer whales. Let me see, I got to scroll down for a second. It's just this story, one more story, and that's it. It's not very much of a story. But it's an important one. This is killer whales, orcas. Look at it playing around the boat here. Yeah, look at this. It's hanging out with the boat. It's looking at these people as a lunch is what it is actually doing. These whales are emaciated. And then the last one of the day, video of cougar hunting people through a glass door will give you the chills. This was yesterday's video in Canada, British Columbia.
It's okay, Dad. It's okay.
I don't think so. Holy, are you photographing that?
Yeah, I'm filming the whole thing.
Holy, that is...
Vancouver Island. I was out there a couple of years researching. He's not very thick, is he?
It's okay, Dad. It's okay.
I don't think so. Holy, are you photographing that?
Yeah, I'm filming the whole thing.
Holy,
That is crazy. That is crazy stuff. I apologize for being upset again today. I got to try not to do that. I don't know how to switch off the emotions because I can't find any organizations out there doing what I'm doing, telling the truth. It's like a crime, the way I'm treated for doing what I'm doing. And ultimately, I have nothing but contempt for these organizations that's deserving. It's deserving contempt. I'm not able to hide it anymore. So my apologies if that upsets you. The truth does more good than all these lies, huh? And everybody talks just like I do to each other, but you're not allowed to do it in a video for some reason. Everybody shows emotion in the real world, but you're not allowed to do it in a video. This is just meant, right, to create a environment of subservient people. I'm not one of them. I would love to go out and research all day, every day. I would love to have a team of experts out there researching and reporting in every day to these live shows. I would love to make the world, give the world hope, to make the world better. I'm capable of it. And maybe that's why I'm so angry. It's because I know that someone like me has to show up and take over the narratives and help educate the public and to rally the population to do the moral and ethical thing and fight for the 8 million species and for humanity so that there could be a future. Right now, there is no future. God bless everybody. We'll see everybody tomorrow. My apologies for no show last week. I had to get out on the ocean. I needed a break, but I exhausted all my resources. And so at least I can do these shows, right? Thanks for everybody. We'll see everybody tomorrow.
Ladies and gents, here we go. It is bug time. Welcome to the live stream, everyone. It's Abdallah here. Today's episode is all about showcasing how to catch every single brand new bug in the Northern Hemisphere for the month of June. Our target list is right up above. We're going to go get our bug nets, and we're going to have an awesome time. So thanks so much for coming. Shoutouts to all of you guys who have been enjoying the Animal Crossing content. If you guys have not seen on my channel, we just started a Paper Mario marathon. So those of you guys that are fans of Animal Crossing content and want to support me even further, definitely join us every morning where we're going to be playing through every single Paper Mario game. It was so much fun. Two and a half hours? Oh my gosh. Hands up if you guys were there. Yeah? And then if you weren't there, tell me the reason is why you didn't. What? Is it because you wanted to listen to Isabel and her copy pasta? Every time? No, I'm just kidding with you guys. Anyway, so we got a great time today. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks for subscribing too. You guys are awesome. If you guys didn't already hit that subscribe button, please do so. We are at 751,000 subscribers right now. That is amazing. So turn on notifications so you know when we go live with all these awesome videos. But the point of doing this is to make the June guide for you guys, and it's going to be comprehensive, and it's going to be a fun time. So anyway, thanks so much for watching. Okay, so what do we got? We got a little shark over here. Don't really care about sharks, but we do need to get some of these bugs. So let's go grab our bug nets and see what we can find. gonna be a fun time. Don't look at my Nintendo Switch. Anyway, let's do it. I'm gonna grab this bug net, and I'm gonna grab this bug net, and then... And I think 2 is good enough for right now, so let's go do it. Down, 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 down. Alright, so here we go. Drone beetle on the trees all day. If you guys take a look at what time it is currently in game, it is 7:09, and I feel that that is the perfect time to catch every single one of these bugs. I'm not sure if I'm going to need to deploy the bug catching team, or maybe some of you guys in the comments if you want to come over and help me catch some bugs. That'd be pretty cool. We'll see. I'll try to do everything on my own. There's something called the Goliath beetle that only spawns on palm trees. So I'm going to keep my eyes peeled for those specific bugs, and I'll comb my shores for all that stuff. Anyway, for science, right? For science, we've got got to do it. It's a fun time, and it gives you a little sneak peek as to what you can look forward to when this time comes around. So let's just Kind of look around. Let's see what we got here. Don't say hi to Raymond. He seems to be cleaning up. It seems to be his favorite thing to do. I've not said hi to him once yet. So let's see if we can get this Goliath beetle. Goliath beetle is going to be in the palm tree, so that's kind of why I'm like scrolling over here on the shores. So really hoping we can get that. Emperor butterfly, I heard, is like a bluish butterfly, so I'll keep my eyes peeled for that. And then mosquito too, so please. If you guys see something that I'm missing, let me know in the comments so I can not like overlook it. Okay, here we go. Palm trees, palm trees, palm trees, palm trees. Goliath beetle at 7 p.m. And then fireflies should be coming out too. Wow, like really no bugs. Interesting. I may need my... Oh, what was that? Oh, that was a man-faced stink bug. Yeah, nothing here. Nada. I may need to refresh the room. Anyway, how are you guys doing today? I hope you guys enjoyed our previous live stream yesterday where we went through and we fished out all of the brand new fish for June, and we showed you guys how to get those. Welcome, Hannah C. _ or 88. Thanks so much for coming. Glad to have you. Absolutely glad to have you. And if you guys want to become a member, absolutely do. So, it's super easy to become a member, just like Hannah over here. We got an awesome celebration with Isabel emotes. I just dropped the drone beetle right there because I wasn't paying attention, but that's okay. We'll get another one. Alright, anyway, so I need to actually get my ladder right here. Okay. Okay, ladder's on board. So in case I wanted to climb all the way up to the different tiers and find some other trees, I can do that as well. I have some trees floating around in my town, but we'll see. Anyway, welcome, Hannah. Good to have you. Tell me a little bit about yourself. What's going on? Where are you from? Where are you from? Let's see. So I need some trees, and yeah, there's Raymond. There's nothing in June that's on stumps right now for Northern Hemisphere. So, oh, is that a drone beetle? And that's a firefly. All right, well, I'm gonna take this. That's easy. There we go. That's my first firefly. Caught a firefly. I'm on fire now. Yeah. Super easy. So I'm going to screen cap that. And then we got ourselves a firefly. And there is some sort of beetle on that tree over there. What do you guys think? Is that the drone? Is that the drone beetle? Alright, so firefly's done. Super easy. Alright, here it comes. Here it comes. It's all the way on top. Yoink! Was it that easy? Okay. Caught a drone beetle. Shouldn't you have more propellers? Shouldn't you have more propellers? Look how easy that was. We just literally got two of the bugs, like back to back. So let's see how we do, right? Drone beetle is done. It's gonna be an easy stream today, huh? I don't even know if we're gonna need to deploy the fish count crew or whatever the Whatever one I call it, like bug count. Bug catchers. Alright, let's see what we got here. Alright, let's do this one. I've been a fan for a while now, glad to become a member. Can't wait to join for more streams in the future. Can't wait to have you in more streams in the future. It's gonna be a fun time. Thanks so much. Welcome. Alright, so these are my abandoned trees over here. So really not anything special. I'm gonna walk a little slowly over this way because oh, it's a drone beetle. Dang it. Ah. So close. I gotta despawn it though. So I'm gonna run right past it. We're gonna run right past it. So a drone beetle can spawn on a palm tree. There's a little bit of science for you. It's not just regular trees that those things spawn on, so that's kind of cool. Mosquito, I really have to keep my eyes peeled for. I could have caught one yesterday, but I said no, I'm just gonna hold off until we find one in this stream. So we're just gonna be looking up and down and see what we can find. Yeah, let's see how fast we can get. these guys. Emperor Butterfly is the purple one. Goliath Beetle, Mosquito, and Rainbow Stag is also on trees. I might as well have caught that other thing. I need to get rid of some of these. Let me drop these. Yeah, we are not doing fishing today. No, we are catching bugs today. Put away, and we're going to drop. We're gonna drop that, and yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool, cool, cool. So let me go catch that firefly. That's like a moth. I don't need to catch that. Although it did spawn over there, so that's kind of cool. But like, the thing is, the more bugs that are floating around in your town, the more spots that those are taking up away from other bugs to spawn. So you might as well just catch them. Like this thing right over here. Like, I'm not here to catch this, but I'm here to despawn it. And get it off of there. What's up, Audie? Oh, this is not meant for your head, Audie. If I missed and whacked her on the head. Look at that, she's got a little popsicle. That's kind of cool. So we've got some bugs out here. Hey, what's up, Crazy Creator? Crazy Creator, hello. Good to see you. What's up, GameCube? Oh my gosh. We were streaming on N64 today. Oh, that was so much fun. Oh, there's so many of these little things. Get them out of here, please. Wow. Wow, I'm so good at this. Depth perception is good. Kari. Carrie? Carrie Sanford. Hey, what's up? That pop-up came faster than the chat. So what's go what's going on? Carrie or Kari? I don't know. Kari. Please tell me how to pronounce your name. Please, please. Hey, welcome. Welcome though. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you. Ms. Sanford, I should say. Oh my gosh, that's a whale shark. Get that thing out of here. Alright, where are we at? Where are we at? Here we go. I gotta find this Goliath beetle. Goliath beetle spawns though? Come on. Where is it? I'm gonna go inside. We're gonna go shred for a little bit. Yo! Let's go, let's go. Emperor butterflies and man-faced stink bugs. Yeah. Ooh, Sarah. Hey, what's up, Sarah? What's up? I'm just looking at chat and then out of nowhere, Sarah's member. Membership pops up. What's going on, Sarah? Good to have you. Sarah Bury. I hope I pronounced that right. I'm just gonna not pronounce things that are questionably pronounceable for the sake of accuracy. See here. Yo, these palm tree beetles are rough today. Yeah, I don't see them spawning anytime soon, so we better start shredding. Everyone welcome Sarah. Let's give a whole bunch of Isabel emotes. And let's see. Come on, baby. Where are you? Nope. See, it's like palm trees, they have a purpose. Believe it or not, the palm trees do have a purpose. Like, I honestly want to cut down all my palm trees because I feel it's a waste of space. But the purpose that they do serve is the Critterpedia. That's it. That's really it. And these fireflies are out. Non-stop today. Like, get them out of here. Here, I don't need them. They're like weeds. Where's the mosquito? Alright. Oh, there it is! There it is! Check that out. Holy moly, is that it? No, wait. Hold on, Emperor Butterfly? Wait, I have one. Is this new? Excuse me. Maybe. How do I have one if it's... not new? Okay, well, anyway. I don't remember ever getting one before. So someone double check that. Actually, let's double check it together in the Critterpedia. I got one. Let me see. Oh, apparently it is. Oh, but you can also get it. You could also get it in March. That's why I have one. Okay. I guess, like, new in June is not necessarily I guess it's subjective, right? If you didn't play in March, then it's subjectively new. So I guess that's cool. Whatever, we'll count it. So yeah, the word new is definitely subjective from player to player. So I'm just gonna call it. Go for it. If you didn't play right at launch and you just jumped into April, this is technically new for some people. So whatever, we got him. That's kind of cool. Check one off the list. Hands up in the comments if you guys. Played in March. Just a little social experiment there. Hands up in the comments if that's you. Oh, there's another butterfly. Or firefly, I don't need it. Did you guys all play? Oh, mosquito, nice! Wink! Yes! Right off the bat, dude. Yo, give me that skeeter. I caught a mosquito. It's itching for a fight. Beautiful. Okay, like, we're doing really well. This is going to be a super easy live stream today. That's going to make my job super easier when I go to compile all this stuff. So, Mosquito's Dunzo. Hey, welcome, welcome. Who else? Is here. We had a whole bunch of members that came on board. Thank you so much while I was catching mosquitoes. We had Jenna White. Jenna, welcome. Thank you so much for coming. On board. And then we also had Dietrich, new sub, really enjoying the content. Hey, thank you so much. I'm glad that you enjoy the content. As much as I enjoy putting it out for you guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Mosquito's done, so really we just need Rainbow Stag and the Goliath Beetle, which are on trees right now. So that's who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Drone? Yeah, it's Droney. Droney Macaroni. Droney Macaroni. Let's go. Welcome, Jenna. Let's do some awesome emotes for all of our brand new members that came on board. Thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. Thank you for catching me live today. Let me know what you guys have planned for today. Anything interesting? What do I have planned for today? I'm Thinking about Paper Mario tomorrow, honestly. I just got like filled with vigor again. Because, you know, sometimes you need that, right? Right? Sometimes you need to change your pace. If you're out here playing Animal Crossing every single day, you know, maybe you get a little burnt out of it, right? Now, oh, this Paper Mario marathon that we're doing, dude, so cool. Very excited for it. Sierra Ann, hey, what's up? How are you? Sierra, yo, there's a big member train. Thank you guys so much. Remember, I told you at 10:50 we'd do a fish bait. Emote. So if that's what you guys want, by all means, I will absolutely deliver a fish bait emote. There's a drone beetle. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's a drone beetle. Don't need it. All right, all right. Good to see you guys. Thanks for coming. Hello, hello, hello. All right. So I just respawned the area in hopes of Rainbow Stag chilling on one of these things. But I don't see it. I don't see it yet. This Goliath beetle, my goodness. And I know some of you guys are suggesting go to the Nook Miles Islands or whatever, but I don't want to have to force people to spend their hard-earned Nook Miles tickets. Am I right? Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. Those hard-earned Nook Miles tickets. You log in every day and you do the top shelf of Nook Miles. Plus in order to get your Nook Miles tickets, am I right? No, I don't want to waste people or tell people, oh, just go to the island. And catch them. No, forget that. You can do everything from the comfort of your own island. And that's exactly what I'm trying to show. Consider it hard mode in Animal Crossing. What's up, bibliophile girl? Hey, Abdallah, watch your videos for weeks, and they've really gotten me through writing your masters. And you handed it in last night. Hey, well, good luck. I'm sure you don't need luck. I'm sure you did an awesome job. But yeah, that's really cool. Good job. Yo, Masters is huge, by the way. Whew. Well, more power to you. Absolutely. Tell me what your master's was on. What did you write your master's on? Tell me all about it. And how long did it take you to write? Oh my goodness, that's insane to think about, right? I'm not getting any single Goliath beetle spawns. Casey Parks, hey, what's up, Casey? How are you? How are you? You doing all right? I hope you are. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Drone beetle. I'm looking for. What am I looking for? Rainbow stag. I don't. Honestly know what a rainbow stag looks like, so I'm going to be pleasantly surprised if one of these trees ends up having it. Casey Parks, hey, hey, what's up, Casey? I love that. Welcome, welcome. All right, these are all my egg. Trees. Remember I planted these for egg day or bunny day? And then they reduced my egg spawns. How dare they? Oh, good times, good times. Oh man, we had 7 brand new members come on board. Thank you so much, guys. Welcome to it. Yeah, I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. Alright, well, I'm just... gonna do this loop a couple more times. I'm just gonna go into Tim. Whoa! Watch out for the Ninja Turtles. We're gonna go into Timmy and Tommy's really quick, and then we're just gonna do the loop one more time. That's really what it has to be. I have to just go down the west coast. To the southern coast, to the east coast, climb up to the trees, and then that's it. That's all I got. So what do you guys know about the Animal Crossing villager Judy? Is that like the new Raymond? Tell me everything you know about Judy. I don't need that bug. The Animal Crossing. Villager Judy. Hey, Queen Rini, love the stream. Maybe you have to shake the palms like you do for spiders. I don't think that. That's the case. But yeah, I don't think it's the case. Creative writing piece, 15,000 words, 8 months. To write. I'm so glad it's done. Wow. Man, I can only imagine what that feels like. That feels like me when whenever I'm finished a highly edited Animal Crossing video and just put it out for you guys. Hey, there's a shark over there. Should I go fish it? Not. Think I care about sharks in June? I don't. Think I need bells? Nope. Oh man. Yeah. I'm not seeing any of these guys. It's just these drones, man. I gotta despawn them. I may have to summon some of you guys. Alright, what do you think? How much longer till we summon 2 people to help out? Who's it gonna be? Who's coming to my town? And remember, I got a lot of stuff on the ground. I'm not about to ask for any random person. To come into my town, so that's the thing, right? Come over here, steal all my wands? Nope, no thanks. Don't steal my wands. You know who you are. You've been eyeballing those wands on the floor for the past month. I know you've been looking at my wands. Alright, here we go. I need... this. Where in the world is the Goliath beetle? I almost want to just double check online. Goliath beetle on palm trees, 5 p.m. to 8 a.m. This is at least 7:30 right now. Rainbow stag? It really... has become a hunt for the rainbow stag or the Goliath beetle, man. These guys are nuts. Etsy. Hey there, Abdal. Thought I'd drop some support. Are those bugs only for June? I hope your stream goes pretty darn well. The stream is absolutely going so darn well thanks to you and all the awesome brand new members we had on board. Absolutely it is. And yes, these are all for June. I've got that labeled right on top over there, New Bugs June Northern Hemisphere. So keep that in mind just for clarification. Some of you guys are playing in Southern Hemisphere, and these may not be the bugs available for you. And the main reason why I'm doing this is to compile all the footage so that I can put it into a nice bite-sized companion guide that you guys can use. A little bit later, on June 1st, I'll put it out. Sting me! Land on me. No, forget it. I'll catch you. Yeah, I thought this was going to be a fast stream. Apparently not. These beetles are super rare. I honestly don't know their spawn rates. It has to be like less than 5%. Don't look at my gallant statue. I see you. I see you sizing him up. I see you in the comments. Eyes up here. No way. All right, I think in the next 10 minutes. If I don't find him in the next 10 minutes, I'm gonna grab two of you guys. Two of you guys randomly in the comments to come on over. The rule is don't touch my stuff on the ground, okay? Got it? Whoa, look at this little guy! Hi! Hey, what's up, dude? Oh, he's out of here. He's like, I'm not a Goliath beetle, but I'm out of here. Wow, depth perception. Too many of these. They're really like weeds. I have to catch them to get them out of here, though. If you jump to after 4 a.m. The fireflies and mosquitoes despawn. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's called optimization. Oh, I should have known that. Oh, absolutely. Man, thank you, H. Fenton. Oh my gosh, that's scary. I don't even know. That's an Atlas moth. Not the one I needed, but... I'll take it. That's a good idea. That is absolutely a wonderful idea. So we're going to go to 4 a.m. And then that's going to optimize which bugs are coming out. Hmm. All available bugs and fish. Let's actually see that. Well, if we take a look at our spreadsheet over here, that could be it. Atlas Mouth 4 a.m. Yeah, 4 a.m. Common blue bottle, and then common butterflies are coming out. Okay, so here's the... Here's the opposite side of the foot on that one, when you think about it. If you look at the gigantic list, And you guys will have to take a look at the math and the spreadsheet or whatever that we share, is what is the most optimal time that there is only a low amount of bugs flying around. Because the moment that I got to 4 a.m., the common blue bottles are coming out, the common butterflies are coming out. The Great Purple Emperor is coming out. We have the Jewel Beetles coming out. What else is there? Let's see. Peacock Butterflies coming out. Rosalia Batesi. You got the Tiger Butterfly. Butterfly coming out at 4 a.m. and a yellow butterfly coming out at 4 a.m. So I don't know. I don't think that's a good trade. Off. I think staying at 7 p.m. and only getting fireflies and mosquitoes is probably a better trade-off. That's just me. That's just me thinking out loud. You guys can do the math of who gets spawned, and you guys can report back. But I'm thinking just because now I'm looking at all the available creatures, I don't think that that's the best. Maybe I need that little thing. Alright, here we go, Jewel Beetle, come on baby. Rainbow. Stag, I don't need Jewel Beetle, what am I talking about? I'm thinking like rainbows and jewels. Yeah, nothing. Nada. Burr, 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 now. Three a.m.? Let's think about 3 a.m. 3 a.m. could be the magic time. Yeah, let's think about optimization for 3. A.m. Let me see. So if I do 3 a.m. Atlas Moth is there. Atlas Moth, hold on. Atlas Moth. Fire. Firefly. 3 a.m. might be the better time, to be honest. Let's take a look over here. Um, 3 a.m. really not that many things. Rosalia Batesi. I mean, that's an all-day thing. It doesn't matter. Yeah, so Tiger Butterfly comes out at 4. You know what? I think that's the magic number. That's a really, really good idea. Thank you in the comments. 3 a.m. is the magic time frame that we needed. And we have an hour to mess around with it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful. Good job. Good job, 3 a.m. team. That's the science right there. So, like, messing around with the windows of opportunity is really what it is. And people that are playing on traditional, that's a little rough. That's a little rough. They're like, oh, I gotta wake up. At 3 a.m. because Abdallah said it's the prime and optimal time. All right? 3 a.m.'s not optimal. I think I'm sure you can find another window that works. But 3 a.m. is actually pretty good right now, so let's do that. Three a.m. 3 a.m. How many guys? Hands up in the comments that you guys are playing traditional. And Animal Crossing. Oh, should we go 3:33 and watch the TV? Oh, what happens? All right, so let's go 3. Onesies. We'll go 301s. And then I'll mess around for like a good 15-20 minutes. If we don't find it, then I'll enlist the help of a couple of you guys. All right, traditional squad. All right, that's cool. That's cool. Cool. All right, good. I'm glad. I'm glad. Thank you. Thanks for coming out to the stream. I love that. I love seeing that there's a lot of people that are traditional players. That still support scientists like myself that play on a customized approach. I like seeing that. I like seeing that a lot. And you guys are really good. You guys are like the best traditional players out there. I hope you guys realize that. Good job. Way to be the best traditional players out there. You know what? It's cool. Dun 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 dun. Hey. Good job. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna go start our thing, and yeah, we're gonna do it. It's gonna be great. Let's hit this. So 3 a.m. I don't think I've ever heard this music either. Okay, no bug there. Oh no, I have heard this music. Some of the music's actually pretty bad. I don't like the three a.m. music at all. Look at all these fireflies. Wait a second. Firefly. Oh, Firefly. There's a little bit of overlap. Mosquitoes also overlap. I mean, I don't think we changed anything from 3 a.m. I mean, maybe? We changed a little bit of optimization. There's, oh my gosh, I can't catch all these things. I mean, we're still gonna get fireflies and everything like that, but it's just not... I guess we're not gonna get the other... random stuff. Sup, Pudge? You know, I had Kid Cat in my camp earlier. I had Kid Cat in my camp earlier, and he wanted to kick out Pudge, and Jess heard me. She's like, "Don't you dare kick out Pudge." I said, "Fine." I guess I like Pudge. Pudge has been on my island since like the first Animal Crossing, so he's pretty special to me. But I mean, I gotta make room for Judy, am I right? Like, I Gotta do it. Tutti frutti. Yeah, what you guys know about Kid Kat? He was cool. Like, I think he's pretty flagship. He's been around forever. Just like Bob. Right, Kid Kat? Come on, Bugs. Come on, Bugs. Bugs Bunny. No, dude. Where is it? No way, man. Wah, 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 wah. This is the worst music. Okay. I got trees. I just don't have the spawns. Alright, let's get out of here. No, Ninja Turtles. What's up, Waffles 140? Oh, I can't. Yeah, it's too early. Waffles 140. Hey, what's going on? Good to see you. Alright, we're gonna respawn by going over here. Waffles, what's up? Waffles. I haven't had waffles in forever. Honestly, when I wake up at like 5:15, I'm just so tired that I can't make anything. I'm just like, oh. I usually have an oatmeal bake. Um, I do like an oatmeal bake with like some blueberries and some bananas and oatmeal. And cinnamon, and then I just like take a big old chunklet of that, slam it in the microwave for a minute, and just like have some of that. It's really tasty. So I've been living on oatmeal bake. Dude, where is it? It's not like it's non-existent, man. This Goliath beetle's a myth. Karina, what's up? Number one fan. Thank you for this. Super sticker. Hey, Karina, what's up? Thank you so much. Good to have you. I love that little thing. Look at that little super sticker. Thank you so much. Yo, you got Mommy Smith. What's up, Mommy? Hey! Hey, I love the name. Totally love the name. I often yell for mommy sometimes in video games, especially if sharks are involved. Like, ugh, super scary. Often yell for mommy. What's up, Mommy Smith? Everyone, welcome. Your mommy. Or is it pronounced differently? I don't know. It could be pronounced like Mamie. I don't know. Dude, let's go, Shredder. Where is this thing? It's not here, man. Could be. It could be Mamie. Oh man, welcome, welcome, welcome. Dude, this bug is not here. So, if we do decide to bring people on board with Bug Hunt Crew. We need to have someone in the northeast woods over there by those cedar trees. And then I also have to find out how to respawn the area. Like, I honestly don't know how to respawn the area. I don't need these ants, though. Get these things out of here. I think the ants are spawning things. Get those out of here. Any tips to get Red to visit? He only visited me twice since the update and sold paintings both times. I heard that Red is in the shuffle of CJ. What's his name? CJ, Flick, Celeste. I heard they're all in like the shuffle 3 times a week, and it's just random. So there's no tips other than that. Just if you play customized approach, time travel the next day. Who's there? If it's Sahara, then go to the next day. And it's all random. There's no way of getting him to spawn. Outside of the first day that you meet him, which was the day that I did during that like 6.5 hour live stream where we got all of the crazy red stuff. Yeah, I don't really have the science on that. You know, that's a great tips and tricks video. I should really talk about that. Yeah, I should really just deep dive into the science on that one. But yeah, it's really tough. It's really tough to get him to spawn, because if he's competing for that 1 day space with Flick and CJ, that's that sucks. It's probably less than a 33% chance on that one particular day. So, anywho. Come on, Goliath. I'm coming for you, man. Yo, this spawn is intense. So, a day that you get CJ or Flick, that's a day where you could have gotten red. on the shores. So that's kind of how that works. Alright, we're gonna do like 2 more rotations. We're gonna do 2 more island laps, and then if we don't get them, then we're gonna call on you guys. Although I have no idea how to respawn stuff. So make sure you guys have some bug nets, okay? Guys, because you gotta catch everything that you see. Does the Goliath beetle spawn on trees? Stumps? Oh, I don't know. That's a really good point. I was under the impression that he's just on the trees. Can anyone confirm or deny that? Let me know in the comments. Let me know in the comments, please. Any of you guys catch the Goliath beetle? Did you catch it on a stump? Or did you guys catch it on a palm tree? Palm tree. It's not a trunk. Face? Palm tree face? Caught it on a palm tree. Palm tree. It's palm tree faces only. Alright. I'll believe some of you guys. That although that was a really good point. No, I love that point. It's like, okay, well maybe they have to be a palm tree stump. How many of you guys remember like the inner rings of like the trees in the previous Animal Crossing game? It's like if you chop down a tree, there was like sometimes it had like a little Triforce ring or like a heart ring. You know, because you count the rings and that's how old a tree is supposedly. Yeah, I don't know. Now I'm getting mixed reports of catching it on a palm tree stump, so I don't know. I don't know. It's a tough one. It's a tough one for me to say. Unless I got like a video proof or it didn't happen, kind of a deal, you know? People out here just say anything for the sake of saying anything, so it's really hard to. To believe a YouTube comment, but we'll see. I'm under the impression that it's got to be one of these things. It's got to be like on the side of a palm tree. And I remember Jess saying that she saw something on a palm tree. She didn't know what it was, but it ran away, and she was like freaking out about it. She's like, "Oh, I got something rare, but then it ran away." Wow, wow, wow. Heck, you know what? Hey, tweet me. Tweet me a screenshot of your Oh, yo, what's up, Pudge? Give me a reaction. Oh, dang it. Nah, I'm okay. Thanks, dude. Jess probably gave that to you, and you just re-gifted it to me. Yeah, screen. Give me your screen grab. of you catching a Goliath beetle at Abdallah Nation, and then we'll put it to the test. But remember, for scientific purposes, just because it's anecdotal does not mean that all the other options are ruled out. So if you caught it on a tree, that does not necessarily rule it out that catching it on a tree stump is out of the question, unless you look at the hard data. Or you can provide another thing of proof that shows that you have seen it on the actual stump. So keep that. In mind. We have two theories floating around in the air, and the only way that we can put it to the test is if we get visual proof, pics or didn't happen. That's what it is. Welcome to it. It very well could be on a stump. I don't know. Some of you guys are on Team Stump. Which team? team are you guys on? Let's just do a social experiment here. Are you guys on team both? Are you guys on team... Stump? Or are you guys on team face? Now remember, the face is going to be the front facing. The stump is when you chop it down and it's going to be right on top over there. And then team both is, hey, you know what? Could be both. What team are you guys on? Let me know in the comments. Just to show you guys how wide, just to prove a point of how wide everyone. Opinions on the matter is. So the science needs to be tested out. And we're here. We're here to test out that science. If I can confirm one of them, then that's cool. But, I don't know. Team face, team both, team stump. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to say team both until proven otherwise. But unless you guys... have given me a picture on Twitter of what you guys think. Womp, womp, womp. Palm tree. Because of the old game? Nah, man. Oh, what was that? I don't know. That was it was something on a tree. Oh man, and it had like a little yellow flicker. That had to have been a rainbow stag, maybe? What the heck? Was that the moment I run? Oh, oh! Okay, wait, hold on. Wrong spawn. Lame. That was the rainbow stag? Aw, oh, dang it. Okay, so now we know that the rainbow stag, too busy thinking about sun. Science. Not even paying attention. Get this thing out of here. That was the rainbow stag. Dude. Alright, well, the Goliath Beetle's not going to escape me, so... Rainbow Stag can go... Go bite one, man. Gosh, I didn't even see. I didn't even get a chance to see what that looked like on a tree. It's just like, yo, I was 20 feet away from it, and it's like, oh, I'm out of here. So like, I gotta slowly approach every single one of these trees. For fear that one might house a rainbow stag. And it was on a cherry tree, which is interesting. Like, okay, cool. And there's a tree right behind. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, there's a tree right behind the. Hey, there's the little blue butterfly. That's kind of cool. I don't need another one of those. But I might as well shred through these and go in and out. Wow, wow. I think we're so close. I think we could do it without inviting anyone over. That's kind of my goal. And I think running from the south to the north is probably your best bet. Because you could see the trees a lot easier. Come on, man. Okay, so this is where the... Oh my gosh. Really? This is where the tree was, where I got that rainbow stag. Scary. scare. So that's a confirmed tree. Maybe I'll come back into it. I don't know. Oh, there he is. There he is. There's a Goliath. We got him. No, that's stupid drone. Get out of here. Dang, I thought it was it. Come on. In the exact same spot where some of you guys think I scared a Goliath. We have not confirmed. Seen a Goliath on this entire live stream. Absolutely not. Time to sit down, dude. No way, man. Keep going. Keep going. These spawn rates are pretty garbage. I don't have any trees over there. Alright, well, let's keep going. Wow, 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 wow. Really, 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 really? No. Nothing, 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 and not there. I can't even see what's on that tree over there. Nope, nope, nope. Oh my gosh, this is really intense. This is, at least this is better than fishing. What do you guys think? Do you guys like catching bugs better? Or do you guys like fishing better? Reply with emotes only. Either a little fish emote or a little bug emote. You tell me, what do you guys like better? I think bug catching is way better because you don't have to worry about fish bait, you don't have to worry about any of that nonsense. And you can listen to this music. You guys like the fish? Well, I mean, catching the fish is a little bit more satisfying. I'll give you that. I think catching a great white shark is way more satisfying than a stupid beetle. Oh, absolutely. 100%. Agree. I don't know. I think just the whole fish bait concept. Like, you'd think there'd be, like, honey concept, right? Like, you'd have honey, and you slap it on a stump. Oh my gosh, what game is that from? Honey, and you slap it on a stump, and then out of nowhere, a random bug can spawn, right? Come on now. What game? Is that from? Beetle. No. Beetle. No. Well, what's up, Pudge? Don't talk to me. Ah! There he is. There he is. Got him. Got him. I think. Yeah. Oh, baby. Yeah. Wait, is that him? Who's this? Oh, that's a rainbow stag. Never mind. That's I mean, I'll take it. Oh, cool! Rainbow armor is so shiny. That's awesome. I didn't realize that he can also spawn on palm trees. So, kind of like the fish in the river, right? Fish in the river can spawn in river mouth. They can spawn in river cliff tops. And it's likewise the exact same thing with rainbow stag on trees can technically mean if it's a palm tree it counts as tree. So there's a little bit of hot science for you, ladies and gents. So all of you guys saying no. Rainbow stag can't spawn on palm trees. There we go. Enjoy it. Enjoy the science. Rainbow stag, baby, ladies and gents. We got it. That's a drone, so watch me run it out of here. That was good. That was really rare. And I was expecting not that to be there, so good job. Wanna. That was awesome. Yeah, Karina. Got it. Bravo. I love that. I honestly love that. Thank you. That's so cool. All right, so I don't honestly care about looking at these trees now. So once I do my lap for the palm trees, I'm just out of here. Just go inside a house, and then I might as well respawn the area. There's really no point in doing anything else. Oh my gosh, these turtles, I gotta go. I gotta do something with these turtles. Thank you, Kareem. That was really nice of you. A little. Super stickers are cute. All right, here we go. Yeah, we got a lot of them. We need just one more. Goliath beetle on the palm trees. No. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I'm just gonna go from south to north. I can see them from downtown Chinatown if they're not there, then I'm out. Get that thing out of here. Okay. You gotta creep up when you're coming from the north. And then now you gotta just creep over to the left or to the right, and we will find it. What's up, Pudgy Pudgerson? Oh, come on, come on, come on. Where is it? Where is it? No, negative. Negative Nelly. If I catch this, will you spawn? On the Goliath beetle? I don't know. I don't exactly know how spawns work in this game. Like, is it off screen? Therefore, it's a chance that something's going to spawn onto it. Does there have to be X amount of bugs in your entire island at one time? In order for a tree bug to spawn? Like, what's the deal? Do they just randomly appear? What happens when you have people in your island? How does that work? As soon as you catch every living bug on your island at one time, do they just like poof spawn? Out? What if you have 6 people or 8 people on your island, and everyone's got like an acre that has all of these trees? Is that like you're never going to be able to spawn them? I don't know. I don't have these answers. Right, like if you think about it, these shores can easily be covered by 8 people. So do you have to like walk away from it and then see what happens. Tamanisha, what's going on? Should cut one palm tree. In case it spawns on a stump. That's cool. But then that's taking away one palm tree chance of me getting it to spawn. On top of the palm tree face, which we have hard confirmation that that works. So there's also that, right? There's also that. Thanks for the super chat. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, nice. Orange Man and Little Carrot putting the Let's actually do this. Here we go. This is some pretty cool proof. I like this. Here we go. Let's go to full screen. So here we go. This is what it kind of looks like. This is what we're looking for. This is, let me see. Hold on. This is the confirmation of what it kind of looks like over there. Interesting. Okay, so I mean, we do have some hard confirmation that it works on top of the face. That's kind of what I was leaning towards. But, we don't have any visual confirmation that it works on stumps. So I'm going to continue to stay on team stump. Or sorry, team face. I'm going to still be on team face. So we'll see about that. Womp, 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 womp. There's a shark in the water. Abdallah, you should catch it. Look, a Goliath beetle right here. Watch me scare it. Oops, got it. One dun dun. Okay, here we go. Goliath beetle. Nope. Double nope. So that's it. We only have one more. One more. pug, and it's Mr. Goliath. What are we going to name him? What should we name the Goliath beetle when we catch him? Should we name him Shredder after me? Shredder Jr.? Oh, look, there's a present in the sky. Oh, hey, Animal Crossing fan 101, what's going on? I kind of wish someone's house was open. That I can just walk inside rather than going all the way back. Gladiator, we should call him? That's a pretty good one. Gladiator. Right? Get these things out of here. I gotta shred these hybrids, man. No one cares about hybrids anymore. Get out of here. Womp, womp, womp. Womp. Name him Shrek. Why? What's Shrek? What does that mean? What is that? What does that mean? Never heard of that word before. That's a weird name. Why would you name something that? What's up, Aaron? How are you, Aaron? What's going on? Oh my gosh! Help! Help! There's something in my backyard. Oh my gosh! Someone help me! Ah! He's in my. Oh! Yo, that's a teleporting scorpion in my backyard. Apparently, well, all right. Aaron just caught him. That thing was going nuts after me, trying to get me, but then it just kind despawned, which is not really real for a life sim game. Am I right? Am I right? Oh my gosh. I was gonna turn around the corner and go catch it, to be honest, but I didn't expect it to despawn like. That. Like, excuse me? Teleporting scorpions? That's nightmare fuel. Scorpions that disappear into thin air? Excuse me? No, thank you. It's worse than hopping tarantulas. Oh my gosh. Yo, let's get me this Goliath beetle, please. That's a drone. See ya!